Welcome to the winningest championship weekend in AUDL history. It's Championship Weekend 11 live here in Madison, Wisconsin. The iconic Breese-Stevens Field, the site of tonight's title bout between the New York Empire and the Chicago Union. New York with a chance to capture its second title in 3 seasons. Chicago looking to capture its first title in franchise history. Thank you so much for joining us here live from Breese-Stevens Field. Ian Toner alongside DC Breeze head coach Darryl Stanley. The league's all-time leading goal scorer, Cam Brock. Gentlemen, how does it feel to be here with a championship bout just an hour away?
Oh, man, I mean, we just saw Chicago enter the field here, guys. It's like a beautiful day. I just can't wait. I mean, this is just a little bit of wind, too. It's going to be a little bit different than yesterday. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, a little cooler than yesterday. Sun's hidden behind the clouds. The Union look excited, and that's making me even more excited than I already was. And I think we're going to have some good ultimate today.
We had some rain this afternoon, too, but, you know, we're playing on turf. I don't expect that to be that big a deal. But, hey, you guys could tell me I'm wrong at some point. We'll see if that factors into things at all. Let's take you through how we got here and how this playoff bracket has unfolded so far. Our 2 semifinals yesterday, Chicago taking down Colorado, and really that game, the story of that one was Colorado really throwing itself out of contention and Chicago making Colorado pay after the turn.
Yeah, we saw just an incredible performance by the Chicago D-line offense, taking care of the Frisbee in ways that, you know, haven't been seen yet by this team. Joe White, Dalton Smith, critical to that. It'll be really interesting to see today if they can go against that New York O-line that only conceded 1 break out of 5 chances yesterday. So,
yeah, as well as Chicago played yesterday, they actually only, I believe, had 2 Ds. It was a lot of throwaways by the Summit, and it'll be interesting to see, can they force turnovers against New York? Because they are not going to make those same mistakes, I think, that we saw Colorado make yesterday, and they're going to have to find a way to manufacture some Ds.
19-14, the final score between Chicago and Colorado yesterday. Our second semifinal featured a rematch of the 2021 title game. That was the New York Empire and the Carolina Flyers. Of course, all of us had to eat crow, having picked Carolina to win that one, and New York just said, hey, we're going to take care of business and make you look silly. I think New York Stars came out to play. I think at key stoppages, they started to shift the momentum and take control of the game. And as you guys both said, they forced Carolina to play at a different pace that Carolina just wasn't comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this Carolina team, which is known for its small ball attack, its ability to, you know, move fluidly between their set play, their downfield offense, and their red zone offense with just, you know, unerring efficiency and smoothness. And that's not what we saw. We instead saw them hesitating, looking downfield longer than usual. And this is the stat that blew me away. 16 attempted hucks by Carolina yesterday, and they only completed 10. I mean, I was talking to David Blau earlier. He said, you know what? I mean, 10 for 16 is a pretty good number, but that's also 6 turnovers right there. So he was really pleased with himself. That was absolutely what they wanted to do.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. Seeing the amount of hucks that Carolina put up was really astonishing to me. I mean, I didn't know if they would put up 16 hucks throughout the entire weekend had they had the opportunity to play 2 games. For them to have to do that in 1 game, I think it just shows how uncomfortable they felt. We saw people hucking that maybe haven't had a lot of huck attempts throughout the year, and it wasn't just that they were throwing hucks, but the ones that weren't complete, out of the 6 that weren't complete, really 4 of them were just like really bad throws. You know, so they just got to find a way to avoid falling into the same trap Chicago does that Carolina did last night, because you got to play your own pace. You can't get caught up in that.
Carolina also just 1 for 5 on break opportunities last night. So New York taking care of business, 22-16. Chicago taking down Colorado 19-14, and that's got us here for this championship matchup between Chicago and New York. Just under an hour away from opening poll. We're going to have plenty of prognostication, analysis, picks, all coming up. But first, we want to remind all of you that you can get in on the conversation wherever you're watching from, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, AUDL.tv. Get in on the chats on our social platforms and use the hashtag AskTheAnalyst. We're going to do our best to bring some of your questions and put these guys on the hot seat, see what they think, see what kind of crazy takes they can cook up for all of you to respond to. So, don't go anywhere. More previews, more analysis, more hype coming up right after the break.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
Welcome back to Championship Weekend here at Breeze Stevens Field in Madison, Wisconsin. So thrilled you're joining us, just under an hour away from the opening pull between the New York Empire and the Chicago Union. Now, Chicago, we mentioned, chasing its first title in franchise history. New York has an opportunity to capture its second in 3 years. Let's take a quick look back at who else has raised this fantastic trophy that's actually just sitting just out of frame from us right now. When you go all the way back to 2013, you're able to see the Toronto.
2012 is that first year. We got the Philadelphia Spinners, my hometown team, getting that first championship. You know, it was an incredible year.
2013, we've got the Toronto Rush, and we had Mark Lloyd spending a lot of time with us on the sidelines. He's in an admin and front office role at the league now, but he's still as in tune to the game as ever.
Absolutely. And you got those back-to-back Spiders years, incredible years there. I mean, I don't know. You were at that 2012 game, though. You played against those Spinners, didn't you?
I did, yeah. The Spinners were kind of the favorites throughout most of the year. It was a great experience going into that game, first year, being able to make it to the championship. But, you know, it is a completely different league now than it was in 2012. You know, that neither one of those teams would have a chance to be here today. The level of competition and just the ability on every team in the league has grown exponentially since 2012.
2016, Dallas Roughnecks. Jim Garanser's here in the crowd, completing the second perfect season in league history. 2017, the San Francisco Flamethrowers, Bo Kittredge adding another ring to his unbelievable trophy cabinet. 2018, we had the Madison Radicals capturing everything here on their home turf. What a cathartic moment that was for them. So great to have them celebrate that moment. 2019, the New York Empire captured their first title in franchise history, the third perfect season.
And I lost to that team too. In the
you too, huh?
In the semis, right? Yeah. I got to lose some in the semis after you guys got done losing to them during the regular season.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brian Jones, our analyst, he'll be with you during the color commentary. I mean, he's a champion right there. That was his team's triumph. So.
Yeah.
And 2021, we talk about catharsis. Mike DeNardis and company exercised a whole lot of demons, capturing that title at Audi Field, taking down the New York Empire. But New York, of course, got revenge last night, and now they have their own opportunity to write their next chapter in AUDL history. Time now to focus in on the 2022 league leaders, and we are fortunate to be graced with the presence of not only the all-time leading scorer in league history, but the league's leading scorer in 2022. Retirement what? I don't want to hear that from you ever again. Cam, we could ask you about any of your hundreds of goals, but can you just maybe zoom out and talk to us how the art of goal scoring has evolved in the AUDL over the last 10 years as defenses have gotten smarter and more intelligent?
Sure, yeah. I think in the early years, like those first few years especially, first off, I mentioned earlier, the talent level in the league just wasn't where it's at today. You know, a lot of the guys that were making rosters probably couldn't even be practice players today. I think back in the day, it was a lot more just kind of loose, too. There were lots of turnovers in those games. So it was a lot of taking risky shots, like shooting to one-on-ones. And that 2013, and a lot of it had to do with roster construction. In 2013, when I scored more than 90 goals, it was essentially me on the field with 6 handlers. So I felt like I could cut deep no matter who had the disc. If somebody caught it upfield, I was streaking, and they were more than willing to throw me into one-on-one matchups. Over the years, you know, you have to get a little smarter with your cutting. You have to really time things a lot better, and I think that's where I've been successful. Is I've got the athleticism and the quickness, but when you have that timing piece on top of it, that's what turns you from somebody who can get open sometimes to somebody who can get open whenever you want to.
I think he's ready to start coaching. I mean, I want to send people to finisher school, headed by Cam Brock. This guy, it's amazing the analysis and attention to detail you bring to your craft. I mean, there's a reason why you've gotten those goals and are leading the league even at, well, we won't say your age, but you've got a kid who can talk and walk, so very impressive, Cam.
Another great story in the league this season, 3 expansion franchises out west. Jordan Kerr, of course, had experience in the league before this season, but he really became the talisman for the Salt Lake Shred attack and ended up leading the league in assists this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like I was really intrigued with you talking about how there were 6 handlers around you and 1 cutter. I feel like Salt Lake really kind of took us back to a different era where we had, there's the thrower, and then a lot of people around that thrower, right?
Sure.
And I love the Salt Lake style, very up and down, very active, very athletic, not afraid to throw that disc up and get it back with their incredible defense also. So, but Jordan Kerr was spearheading that. It was pretty impressive to me. There's a couple of impressive throws out here too who probably could have done similar things and have done similar things in other years. But congrats to Jordan Kerr.
Yeah, when you are surrounded with the athleticism and speed that he is, it obviously makes it easier to throw, but also the way he's able to get a disc, turn up field, and quickly analyze where that throw needs to go is what led to him leading the league in assists. He is so good at, it's almost as if he knows when he catches it what he's going to see when he looks upfield, because I feel like on a lot of his assists, the disc is coming out before stall 2. He just is so in tune with where his teammates are going to be and is able to put it in a spot where most of the time they're the only ones who are going to have a chance to get to it.
Jordan also stumping for the competitiveness and strength of the West Division on Twitter.
Somebody has to.
Somebody has to. You can take a look at the tape and see that the West Division hasn't performed quite as well at championship weekend. But hey, maybe that's just going to motivate Jordan to get Salt Lake here next year and write a different story. Another statistical leader this season, Leandro Marks. The Oregon product was just downright unstoppable downfield, leading the league in receiving yards. Look, the Portland Nitro, a really exciting franchise. They got a great ultimate community. It's no secret that they struggled with availability and roster construction all season long. But one constant you could count on was Leandro finding a way to orchestrate downfield, and even with the disc in his hand all season long.
I got a chance to work with Lay, as that's what we call him, on the U24 national team. And it was amazing to me because he was absolutely the guy that I had not realized was going to end up being our top 2, top 3 player. Everybody knew about Eric Taylor. Everybody knew about Mac Hecht, Henry Fisher. There were other really great players. A lot of them were Saul Yannick. A lot of these great players who were even here this weekend. But it was Leandro who was probably just as versatile as Eric Taylor. We were able to put him wherever we needed to solve a problem. And, he is a playmaker extraordinaire. I am so pleased that he got this stage to show everybody that even without all of his best teammates around, that he is that star. He is that centerpiece.
They really did struggle this season, but like you said, the constant was Leandro Marks. He was incredible all year. Didn't matter what teammates were around him. He found a way to raise the level of whatever teammates were around him. I'll be really excited if he can come back next year, if they can get a little more buy-in and commitment to see the things he can do. His numbers might drop, but we know that the impact is going to be there, and it's going to be because of him.
I mean, that's the exciting thing about this Portland franchise, right? We know there's talent in that community. We've seen flashes of its brilliance. Can they just get it all on the same page and committed? And if that happens, just think about how much deeper and more competitive the West Division is going to become.
I mean, it's a lot to ask for an expansion franchise to come in and do that. I mean, I think it would be easy to say that if it wasn't for the fact that the 2 finalists in the AUDL West were their peer expansion teams in Colorado and, of course, Salt Lake. So.
Yeah, it was a little unfortunate. They looked so competitive early on. They had that double OT game against Colorado, who for a while looked like they were going to go undefeated. And you think back to that and you think what could have been if they could have kept up the commitment the entire season, because early on, people were starting to think this might be the team to beat in the West, and then it just fell apart so quickly. But definitely not because of what Marks was out there doing. He was out there literally saying, get on my back, I'm going to take you as far as I can take you. And like I said, once they get the buy-in, I think it's just he's gonna shine even brighter, because he's gonna be the brightest star on a really good team.
Can't wait to see what that squad looks like next season. And hey, we're also gonna get another reason to take a look at Portland before the calendar year is over. We've got the AUDL 2022 All-Star Game heading out to Providence Park in early November. So don't cancel those AUDL.TV subscriptions just yet. And thank you to all of you who are tuning in right now, whether it's AUDL.TV, Facebook, YouTube. Remember, you can join the conversation by using the hashtag AskTheAUDL. A great way to get your input, give us feedback, put these guys on the hot seat. We'll try and get some of your questions in before our broadcast is over. Thank you so much for sticking with us so far. Tons more strategic breakdowns, analysis, previews, and hype on the other side of the break.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
Welcome back to Bree Stevens Field here in Madison, Wisconsin, just under 45 minutes away from opening pull in the title match between the Chicago Union, chasing their first title in franchise history, and the New York Empire, looking to complete the fourth perfect season in AUDL history and capture their second title in 3 seasons. Right now, guys, it's time to get down to the nitty-gritty, zero in on the analytical details and tweaks that are going to make the difference in this game. Let's focus first on New York. This is something we talked about a little bit last night leading into the Carolina matchup. Who's going to win the reset battle, and how is New York going to apply pressure in that space?
I mean, yeah, New York, I candidly speaking, I think this is part of the reason why we thought Carolina was going to win last night.
Sure.
Was that we did not think that New York had the defenders, nor did they have necessarily the offensive players to survive that kind of like pressure or bring that sort of pressure. And they did that. They proved us wrong. I'm really eager to see if they can do that again tonight against what looks to be a team that's a bit safer with the Frisbee. Chicago just did such a great job of attacking those inside throwing angles. I mean, that's going to come down to marking, which I think New York prides themselves on. What do you think, Cam? Do you think they can do that?
You know what? They did it against Carolina, and I thought if anyone could reset the disc whenever they wanted to, I thought it was Carolina. So the fact that last night everything looked so difficult.
That was Gooch and Saul's bread and butter all season long.
Yeah.
And they just looked, it didn't matter who had the disc, it looked like the reset was always hard. Even when they completed it, they were completing it super high stall situations, throwing sometimes almost jump balls to the reset. Just like I've never seen that out of Carolina before with such consistency throughout a game. So if they can apply that same pressure to Chicago, I'm just wondering how they're going to handle and absorb that. It'll be interesting. I mean, you have a guy like Pavlianis who's as tricky and good with the disc in his hands and as quick with it as anyone. So we'll see tonight if Chicago's O-line backfield can stand up to the test that Carolina couldn't.
Marquez Brownlee or Ethan Fortin, where do you think they should go? I'm leaning Brownlee, I think, is the first look for
I can't tell you how impressed I've been with Ethan Fortin over the course of this entire calendar year, whether we're talking pro, club. I mean, he's just been a standout to me.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he's an all-around player. I mean, another player I had the privilege of coaching back in Philadelphia for a Spinners team.
Hey, can we get the truck working on a Darryl Stanley coaching tree graphic? Figure out where your fingerprints are littered all over this championship weekend in this league.
Yeah, I mean, I've been blessed to coach 2 different cities and the national team, so it's fantastic getting to work with these players. But Ethan Fortin, yeah, I mean, I started him as a center O-line handler, and to see him make the transition to D-line for a stacked New York team and do it so seamlessly is really impressive to me.
I'd really like to see. We always in Indy used to put a bigger, longer defender on Pavlianis. Back then he didn't have the help he has now in the backfield, but that seemed to slow down some of his upfield momentum with his throwing. Is just putting the bigger, longer defender on him. Marquez with those long arms and his quickness and able to shift on the mark. I think that's what I'd really like to see is him on Pavel. Try to push him out. We saw Cody Spicer pushing Pavel into deep space last night, and Chicago did have a turnover and about looked like they were going to throw a couple more turnovers when Pavel took off deep, because I don't think Pavel's winning that matchup either.
Zooming out from the reset battle, I think another thing that you guys harped on last night after Carolina's loss was New York dictating the pace of play. And a lot of that is related to some of that handler pressure. How will New York be able to control the pace of the game, if at all, going into this matchup with Chicago?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is we saw yesterday from Chicago, they're more than willing to play small ball. And they're more than willing to just do these quick little dumps, these little resets, just to keep the disc moving and make sure they're not getting into high stall count situations. If they can do that today,
which we thought Carolina could do.
Yes. Although I will say, from like looking at film of Carolina, I do think that they do have a tendency sometimes to look off a free reset or a free centering pass, to look upfield just a little bit longer. I think Chicago's much more willing to say, hey, we have a free swing right here at stall 2. I'm going to just take the free swing, change the angle of attack slightly, which of course helps your cutters upfield getting open and helping them to be able to attack other space. I mean, this is the biggest thing on O-line. I always preach, especially as I've gotten up in the years and gotten a little more experience. Moving the disc is never bad. Doesn't really matter what direction it's moving. Every time you move it, you're making the defense have to adjust.
Offensive coordinator Cam Brock right here. Darryl, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no worries. I mean, it sounds like some sort of a hex offense you're thinking about right there, you know? Any direction is good direction. I'll say, for me, Chicago has something that Carolina doesn't. Carolina, as constituted last night, there were handlers and there were cutters.
Yes.
And, like, there was not a lot of that middle play, right? A connector, a hybrid. I felt like that might have been really missing in the Carolina attack. But that's what Chicago has in spades.
Yes.
I mean, Paul Arders is a downfield player who's a cutter.
And when you say that, the kind of player that comes to mind is an Alan Laviolette, who unfortunately unable to compete this year due to season-ending injury.
Exactly. Or maybe Eric Taylor could have come over. Or, you know, we saw them add Elijah Long, and maybe that helps one of their handlers push downfield. But it didn't happen right away. I think Chicago's constituted ready to kind of solve that problem, and hopefully that means there are more people who are willing to take those continuation shots that New York was feasting on last night.
Okay, let's shift to Chicago. Team USA World Games champion, all-star Nate Goff didn't have to work a ton last night relative to the workload that we've seen from him on the field defensively in other contests this season and in seasons past. So he could be a little fresher coming into this game. Where specifically do we expect him to match up?
I will be really curious to see if he ends up drawing a Jack Williams matchup. But I think no matter where you have him, it needs to be somewhere where he can be downfield, because one of his greatest assets as a defender is not just the ability to be able to shut somebody down, it's his help defense. He has, in fact, our game in Indy that we lost was because of a help defense play that he made that basically secured the win for them. He is so dangerous in space. I really hope he ends up on someone where he is downfield, where he can maybe have a bigger impact on the game.
You know, I think that might be surprisingly Ryan Osgar. Ryan has shown in this on these playoffs, he's a comfortable downfield receiver now. A lot of teams obviously are pushing him out. We know that Nate Goff could do that comfortably. But if Osgar is downfield and he's so comfortable with that, then that's great for Nate. He can just keep pushing him out, and then if Alithio gets loose deep or Jeff Babbitt gets open deep, now suddenly you got him there already because Osgar was making a deep cut and he's preventing him from throwing that deep ball. I actually would love him there personally.
That's a great idea. And also, as good as Ryan Osgar is, we saw him get up for a disc last night. You are not getting that disc over Nate Goff. I don't care if you even box him out. The length and height.
I heard it here.
Yeah, you heard it here. The length and explosiveness from Nate Goff, if he's next to the disc and Ryan and Osgar and him are going up for disc, it should be Goff's every time. 2
assists, 7 goals last night for Ryan Osgar. Can he match or beat that stat line? Last thing we want to zero in on from the Chicago perspective. We harped on this a bunch last night. That D-line offense put together a next-level cohesive performance. The 2 quarterbacks for them behind that effort, Joe White and Dalton Smith, completing 62 passes with no turns, throwing 6 assists. I mean, this is a performance that we hadn't seen from that quarterbacking duo of their D-line offense all season long. What's it going to take for them to replicate that performance tonight? Can they do it at all?
To me, it's got to be about forcing turnovers. I'm actually pretty nervous that, you know, we didn't see Colorado necessarily test the Chicago defense. They were, unfortunately, had a lot of unforced turnovers, and I think that Chicago was willing to and able to just kind of possess the ball because they didn't have to put out 40 hard seconds of defense, right, before they end up getting their D-line offensive possession. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to get the disc often enough with that much energy against New York.
I'll also be curious to see what their defensive rotations look like. How often are they riding, their best defensive players versus subbing in maybe some of their alternates that get in there? I mean, if there's any game where you're going to ride guys longer and for more points than you have, this is the game, right? So I'll be interested to see, just like you said, can they get the opportunities? But we know that there are going to be precious few of those. So if they need to play with that same level of just patience and just trusting in their system. And if they do that and they're able to take advantage of what we assume is probably not going to be a lot of opportunities, then I really think that this is the game they're going to do. They're going to do it again. I really believe in them. I believe they're going to be patient.
Well, so that's funny because we talked about the win condition for beating New York as DC. We talk about it every year, in fact. And one of the things that we talk about is we might be in a situation where we only have 6 turnovers forced against that O-line. And can we go 4 for 6? Can we go 5 for 6?
Mm-hmm.
We know that that's probably it's what it's going to take. And Dalton and Joe just showed that they can do that yesterday.
I mean, just talking to Dalton on the field before this game, before he started warming up, he was thinking back to the 2019 matchup between the Dallas Roughnecks and the New York Empire. Of course, he was a main quarterback for the Dallas Roughnecks O-line that year, and he said the margin was the number of break opportunities that they left on the table. They only converted one of them and left a handful of others on the table, and that's what ended up being the difference. New York, on the other hand, was a lot more efficient in that championship game.
I mean, Jack Williams is probably going to be, I imagine Joe White defensively for Chicago guards Jack. That's pretty interesting on the turn. I think Jack's the kind of player who can take the disc off of Joe White or can at least put the length on the mark, even if he can't get the disc off him, to really affect some of those throws and maybe make Joe take some of these, more creative throws that he has that may not be as easy to read for his receivers. So
I do want to also throw out there that, this combination in the backfield has only played maybe 4 games together at this point.
Great point.
And they have looked better every game. The first game for Joe White, I was in that game.
And how difficult is that to do? Just from game to game, not necessarily getting a ton of practice time, but just build that chemistry and efficiency and execution just in high-pressure situations.
No, that's incredibly difficult. I can speak firsthand for our O-line this year. We only had the starting O-line that we wanted to have, I think, 4 out of our 12 games. We were missing somebody constantly. And when we got to that last game of the season against Minnesota, I was sitting there thinking, if we had one more game to get this cohesion there, one more game, I think we win this game. But we didn't have one more game. They have looked better every time on the field. I have no reason to believe that one day after doing it, that they can do it again today, because they have a lot of positive to look at from yesterday, and I'm sure they even found a couple of things, knowing these guys, that they would like to improve on.
No question. Thank you so much for joining us so far. Even more stuff coming your way. We're going to listen to some highlights from the press conferences this morning. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
Welcome back to our pregame coverage here right at Championship Weekend 11, live from Bree Stevens Field in Madison, Wisconsin. Ian Toner alongside Darryl Stanley and Cam Brock. This morning, we had coaches and star players from both squads sitting right here on this stage, answering some questions from the media. we're going to let you hear Coach Charlie Hoppus of the New York Empire in his own words right here.
About having 24 hours to prepare for this game, where you had a year to prepare for the last one. So it seemed like last night you had a crystallized idea of how you want the game to go. You talked about making Carolina shoot. If you were to kind of talk about how this game is going to go, if it's going to be successful for you, how does that visualization, how does that work out?
Sure.
If the Empire are going to pull out a victory tonight?
Sure. Yeah, and I should say, like, you know, we had a strange gap of time between our last regular season game and our first playoff game, so almost a month. And so maybe a little bit longer than 24 hours. We obviously knew Chicago's an excellent team and that they were a team we could face. So over the last month, we've seen a lot of Chicago film. So, you know, X's and O's wise and scouting wise, it's been much more than 24 hours. It's more emotionally. But yeah, I think, you know, in my mind's eye, hopefully, you know, things go as perfectly as they did last night, right? The Chicago defense is going to apply excellent pressure because they're an excellent team. We're going to play through it. We're going to maintain possession. We're going to get the tough holds early. That will definitely need to happen. And then defensively, you know, we will ratchet up that same pressure. We'll get the turns and run them in. I think our D-line did a great job of converting last night, sort of in their style. Some hilarious break attempts by our second D-line, just where I am like stressed out. We didn't have handlers on a couple of those D2 lines in an effort to just like get the turn and then we'll take the timeout. No worries, guys. But if there's a fast break, you can get it. And led to Matt Stevens throwing a couple hammers, which gave me a heart attack. And I mean, Matt hasn't had a turnover all year, so I don't know why it gave me a heart attack. But I think Matt in particular calling Mike Drost off the disc to pick it up, I was like, oh yeah, like Matt doesn't ever turn it over. This is great. Like, if he gets stuck, he'll just take a timeout. He picks it up and throws a hammer right away. And I was like, oh my God. So, just a lot of fun moments for that line. That line's come a long way since last year, and it felt good to see them contribute in, again, a very cathartic win. Members of that second D line last year, I think, only played 3 points in the championship game. And so to see them play so huge, Mike Drost with a great catch on a hanging blade from Yacht. He's had a couple under pressure, really great catches in the DC game as well. So yeah, it was good stuff. That all that stuff is in my mind as I'm thinking about the next game here.
We got to get you.
So there's Charlie Hoppus. What do you guys make of that idea? The notion that New York's been just focusing on Carolina for this whole year, and now with 24 hours left as of the victory last night, that's just when they zeroed in on Chicago.
Well, I mean, that's a shame. That's not a great use of your resources there, Coach. I mean, you've got a couple of assistants there. I feel like you should be delegating some of that across the year.
And to be fair, he did mention the idea that, they've been paying attention to Chicago tape.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, you got to if they've been, they've been at championship weekend. Like, it'd be really crazy to think that I'm definitely getting back to championship weekend, but I really don't care about, what is arguably the second best team here. So, or, New York's got to prove that they're the second best team, or that Chicago's the second best team. But as far as preparation goes, 24 hours is enough time. He was watching that game live. I think you could learn a lot. And even if you looked at some of the other film, you might not have even seen all of Chicago's pieces, as you alluded to earlier, Cam.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, some of the best film you could probably look at is from this past week, from yesterday, and then maybe you could look at some from, a week ago, but they played so vastly different yesterday, and I expect them to play more similarly to that today. So, but on the other hand, emotionally, they probably have, as a team, been preparing for Carolina for a year, and that we all thought coming into this weekend that was almost like the pseudo championship game. These were the two teams everyone kind of had pegged as the favorites all year. So I think to me it's more about how can you manage your team's emotions coming into this, like after last night, coming into this game. Did you get people focused? Have you expended too much emotional energy already this weekend? Managing that, I think, is almost as important as the game plan.
Outside the hotel, didn't you see New York looking quite comfortable, eating a meal together as a team outside right after the win last night? They looked so calm and collected. I mean, I think I walked up to them. I said, I really don't want to disturb your aura. Like, I'm just here waiting for Ian, but Yeah,
Don't mind me.
Yeah, like,
you guys are in your post game zone.
Absolutely. So I stayed in the periphery. Nobody was interested in talking to me. They're dialed in for sure.
Yeah, they really did look like it looked like a business meeting. Like everyone was sitting there, just like it wasn't like they weren't even necessarily really talking to each other. They all kind of looked like they're just hanging out. But and that's probably a good sign. I feel like if they were hooting and hollering and like celebrating, I would have been like, "You guys have a game tomorrow. Like, what are you celebrating?" Like, so. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe they managed them very well because it certainly looked like it last night.
Another thing we noticed late in the second half, Jeff Babbitt's points played total starting to taper relative to what we'd seen all season long. And we asked Coach Charlie Hoppus about that in the press conference this morning. Last night, Jeff Babbitt was present, got himself on the score sheet. We noticed his play volume kind of taper off towards the end of the game. What can you share about his status and how you expect to deploy him and how much he'll be able to play tonight?
Sure, yeah. Jeff started dealing with some cramps late in the third. We were fortunate to be able to rest him the entire fourth quarter, which is great. So, yeah, it's sort of, we'll see how he loosens up. He will play in this game, certainly. It'll just be a matter of what his role will be, how much he can go, all that sort of stuff. So I'd say anywhere from limited to the full Jeff Babbitt experience. We'll see.
Okay, so what does that mean for New York if they can only get the partial or the limited Jeff Babbitt experience? How does that change its game plan?
Well, I mean, we got a little preview of it yesterday. Yacht all of a sudden came back to the O-line. In that second half, he ended up, leaving that D-line position and just taking back his O-line position.
And just to remind everybody, the huge storyline for New York this season has been the reversal of roles, with the two-time MVP, Ben Yacht, the scoring king, going over to the D-line, and then Jeff Babbitt shifting to the O-line. And all that's done is lead to this team be on the verge of its second perfect season in franchise history. Sorry, Darryl.
No. I mean, that's an exceptional point. I mean, that's what is so surprising about this New York team, that they've been able to build around that, build around the fact that now Ben Yacht, especially last night, shows that he is ready to just match up on anyone, run all over this field, play that help defense that is better known for career D-liners like a Nate Goff. So I think that's part of the answer, but.
Here's my question. If you started cramping yesterday in the third quarter, you have, less than 24 hours to recover and come back out here again. My biggest worry would be, are you going to start cramping again early in the game? Because cramps, while manageable, and especially he didn't have to play on it for that long, they had the good fortune of being up by a lot and being able to rest him. That still comes in a little sore the next day. Now, it is not quite as hot today. So that might not be as much of an issue, but it's something I'm definitely going to keep an eye on to see if that rears its head again, because if it does, the limited Jeff Babbitt experience, we know what happens when you take one person away from the line. All the responsibilities shift. You take Ben Yacht off that D-line, all of a sudden he becomes an O-line player. Everyone's matchups become that much harder. So it could be something that could lead to a little bit of trouble for New York. But something tells me Jeff Babbitt's going to find a way to play the whole game.
I agree.
Over your shoulder, we do see him warming up in cleats right there out on the field for New York. Another participant in this morning's press conference is Ross Barker of the Chicago Union, of course, a former Madison Radical. He's had a huge hand in Chicago's rise to prominence over the last couple seasons.
Hey, Ross, when you joined the Union in 2018, they were coming off a subpar season. Pavel's first year with the team was 2017. Can you speak to how this team has built and kind of rebuilt from the early success they had in 13, 14, 15, kind of at the top of the division, falling off? Now you're in the championship game, first time in franchise history. What does that feel like, and how'd you get from where you were back a half decade ago to now?
I think that is one of the more satisfactory feelings for me playing this team, coming from Madison 17, where we lost in semis to the Flamethrowers in Montreal. And then I moved to Chicago after graduating from Wisconsin. And I was real torn because part of me wanted to come back to Madison. But I was at a point in my life and career where I wanted to play as much Frisbee as possible. And I knew that would only be possible if I played for the city I was living in. So I came into Chicago knowing that they were not a strong team, but they had Pavel. And then myself, Goff, and Kurt all went at the same time, so that was exciting. And we had high hopes, but still just we're nowhere near where we are today. And after that first year, I think we won 5 games, if I remember correctly. I was unanimously voted as captain, and I was like, okay, and I know a lot of Chicago people don't like, but I cut half the team. I've always had a big competitive mindset, and how you create practices that force people to be competitive. And I think that comes with putting them in one-on-one situations in practice in front of the whole team. You know, a lot of Frisbee teams, like, you do pod workouts and stuff, and they want you to do that stuff on your own, where I think you need to be put in a situation where everyone's watching, give people a chance to earn their spot, and put them against matchups that maybe they're scared to go against. And so I really tried to frame practice over the years to create a competitive culture where, hey, you have to win your spot every week. And we actually held true to that. You know, you look at our rosters throughout the seasons for the past few years, it's never been the same 20 every week. We've had people who have beaten people in getting their spot to play a game. And I think it's really kind of been that snowball effect where it's built and built throughout the years. And of course, that helped get more players in Chicago to come play for the Union. You know, there's a lot of talent in Chicago Ultimate. And so it took a lot of time and a lot of work. But I think now reaching that point where the last 2 years, all of our practices have been so severely competitive and very hard. And that's like the best thing you want out of practice is, I always think that you want your practice to be harder than games, right? We don't call fouls in practice on purpose, like kind of create a mental toughness within people. And so just looking back at where we've come in, we've progressed every year. We've gotten better. And like, I think that is the most rewarding thing for me, regardless of outcome, is that I helped take a team, and it wasn't just me. I'm not taking all the credit, but I helped take the team, and Pavel was there, and where we didn't know how to win games. And then next year, we won 7 or 8 games and made our first playoff appearance because we learned how to be a little more competitive. And then the following year after that, we got more people to come play, and we learned how to close out games. And now we're at this point where we're in the championship. So it's really awesome being on the inside and seeing the organizational growth in all aspects.
A really unvarnished look inside the mind of captain and leader Ross Barker. How does that culture building mindset and approach to culture building sit with you guys?
I mean, I definitely like the idea of getting committed players to practice. That's easy for sure. Like, this team matters. We're not just going to take you on straight talent. I'm a little concerned about the next part, a little bit about like, hey, we're going to do these one-on-one matchups. We're going to put it in front of everybody. Like, that's going to replicate a game experience. I don't know, maybe a defensive drill that is literally like what the next opponent's about to do.
Sure.
Or something like that might be better for preparing your group, as opposed to just putting them in isolation spaces one-on-one and making sure everybody. It's also kind of a waste of like practice time, in my opinion. So I'm nitpicking a little bit here, but I just don't think that didn't excite me.
And I'm sure Ross would say, "Hey, look at the results. We're back here at championship weekend for the 2nd season in a row."
True.
Yeah, I'd probably say, "Hey, Cam, Darryl, where are you guys at? You guys are over here analyzing while I'm over here playing. You're analyzing what I'm doing, right?" There was a clear change when Ross became a captain. I will say that, as somebody who's in the division, who got to see them 2 to 3 times a year, there was a clear change in the commitment level and just the people that they were keeping. Like, you could tell that they were practicing together. They had chemistry. It wasn't just, hey, we know you're talented, you're coming in, just show up for games and we'll see what happens. And I do think, regardless of maybe the methods of what's actually happening at practice, I can just speak from experience that, like, the teams I've been on that have been the most successful have been the ones who practice the most together, because it's not just about your talent. Like, chemistry can make up for a lack of talent if you have more chemistry than your opponent.
So don't you find it kind of ironic that we were just talking about how Dalton Smith and Joe White, Tim Schock, these are critical players who didn't play for the Union all season until, like, what, the last 2, 3, 4
Dalton
games?
said he only was able to make it to 1 hour of one practice this season.
Yeah.
I don't know. That just sounds really contradictory to be talking about culture and then for us to look at 3 or 4 of their star players and recognize they've not been around.
That is a fair point.
Well, we'll see what happens when the chips are down. We still got some more preview content coming your way. A great toss-up segment with Adam Ruffner and Daniel Cohen on the other side of the break.
Welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
Well, you've heard him go at it all season long on AUDL Weekly and the Swing Pass Podcast. It's time for another knockdown, drag-out edition of Toss Up with our league insiders and analysts, Adam Ruffner and Daniel Cohen. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. I don't think there's anyone who knows as much about the league as the two of you do.
Oh, stop.
So now we're going to make you translate that knowledge into crystal ball, seeing into the future prognostications. Let's get right to it here. Our first toss-up question for today's game between Chicago and New York. Will Dalton Smith and Joe White combine for at least one turnover? Remember, the two of them went 62 for 62 combined in their semifinal win over Colorado last night.
So based on what we saw in that Minnesota game, the Central Division Championship, I'm shocked that I'm about to say this, but I say they will not have a throwaway in this game against New York. I think they really found a nice rhythm getting that give-and-go motion going against Colorado. They know what's at stake. They know they're not going to get a lot of break chances in this game, and they're just going to have to be so much more efficient with those break opportunities than they have in games past. And knowing what's at stake, knowing their ability and level of play when they do find that rhythm with each other, I think they're not going to feel like they have to force those deep shots. So they will have another flawless performance against New York tonight.
Heard it there first. Adam, what do you got?
I don't think there's any question about the talent between Dalton Smith and Joe White, and we really saw that showcased yesterday. We saw championship weekend Dalton. I mean, Joe White put on the Pit Vipers a la Harper Garvey in 2019 and kind of assumed some of his throwing talents, I think. You know, I couldn't have been more impressed with the way that they led the D-line counterattack yesterday. But I think both of them are still shooters with the disc, and I think you saw them taking looks deep yesterday that were relatively uncontested from Colorado's O-line, and I just don't think you're going to get that kind of effort from the New York O-line defense here tonight in the championship game. The Empire know what's at stake. They know they're on the verge of becoming legendary with their second undefeated season in 3 years, and I just think that White and Dalton might just take a look or two that New York can take advantage of in transition. So I'm going to take the over, but I think another big performance from Dalton and Joe White is going to be in store for tonight.
Not Dalton's first trip to championship weekend.
No, sir.
And let's move on to our next question here. Last night, Carolina only broke New York once, and that was a big reason why they saw their season come to an end in the semifinals. Will Chicago break the New York offense more than twice?
Oh, it's starting to swirl a little bit here with wind. Last night it was so crystal perfect conditions. I do think that there will be more opportunities on the field for Chicago's defense. I think that you saw that they were really good at identifying their matchups yesterday against the Summit, and I expect that trend to continue today. So yeah, I like the way that the Chicago D-line is rolling right now, and so I do think that they're going to get more than 2 breaks tonight against the Empire.
Daniel?
I'm going to agree. I will take 3 or more breaks for the Chicago D-line. I like their rhythm, and I like the adjustments they made from that Minnesota game. I think they're trending in the right direction, maybe peaking at the right time, hopefully for them. And they just have so many guys that can get the disc into the end zone and force those turnovers. So while I do think the break chances will be few and far between, I mean, New York It's typically only giving opponents like 5 to 10 chances per game. I think Chicago will do enough to convert at least 3 of those.
I will say, all season long, whenever we've either doubted the Chicago D-line's ability to convert breaks, they've proven us wrong, or when we start to have confidence in them, they have one of their random shoot to the moon games. So we'll see. We'll see what this confidence bears out for the Union.
Well, in this morning's press conferences, Dave Woods was talking about how they were getting contributions from all up and down that D-line lineup. It's not just Nate Goff or Joe White making plays or getting blocks. It's Asher Lance stealing break goals.
Reed Martin was incredible yesterday, too, in space.
Chase Bruner can get a chase down block or two. Nick Pappas is putting up big numbers in the playoffs, so we'll be interested to see what they can block and what they can convert once the opening poll goes up. Next question for you. Which star will tally more scores tonight? Jack Williams, who had 8 assists and 1 goal last night, or Ryan Osgar, who had 7 goals and 2 assists last night?
Playoff Jack has arrived. I'm fully team Playoff Jack. I just love the subtle transformation that this Empire offense has gone through. Similar to Chicago, how it felt like they were very heavily reliant on their continuation throws deep, and similarly, Osgar has been that guy in the middle of the field that's really been the one to shoot deep and convert a lot of those scores. But with Jack Williams in the lineup, like putting the team on his back the way he has, dominating touches in the backfield alongside Solomon Rushmeyer-Bailey and Elliot Chartok, I like Jack's play a lot. And 8 assists compared to no one else on the team had more than 2, I'm pretty sure, yesterday. I think Jack is going to keep things rolling for a 3rd straight playoff game.
It's a pretty safe bet. Adam?
You know, I love Playoff Jack. I think he's probably the best player on the field this weekend. I wrote about it as much this week, but I think in terms of pure scoring, it's hard to find somebody who's better than Ryan Osgar in the past 2 seasons with this Empire team. I mean, I totally hear what you're saying, Daniel. I agree with you. I think that their offense is shifting a bit.
Stop being so nice to him. Come on.
I can push him off the chair. No, but I just think that you saw, again, similar to how Jack settles in, I think you saw a fired up Ryan Osgar last night. He was going at Carolina defenders downfield, not being afraid to engage them as a receiver. I think you're going to see that again tonight. I expect Osgar to dictate with his feet a bunch tonight against the Union defense, and I just see him putting up another, 6 to 10 scores. It feels like you can blink and the guy has 4 straight points with some kind of assist or goal. I mean, you saw it in the closing half of last night's semifinal against the Flyers. It was just kind of looking up Osgar to the front cone, Osgar going deep. I expect a similar dosage tonight from the Empire offense in a championship game.
I do think Osgar as a cutter is arguably just as deadly as Osgar as a thrower. I will also add, I don't think Osgar and Williams care who scores more in this game.
I don't think New York cares, and I think last night one of the faults of Carolina was that you saw that New York could just rely on their stars. They were not pressured off of the disc, and that they just could roll through their 2 best players on offense. So it's always a recipe for disaster when it's Williams and Osgar.
I can't wait to see what Dave Woods and Sarah Nolik try and cook up to see if they can frustrate them, how they rotate the matchups on them. That's going to be a fascinating part of this game. Last question we got for you. DraftKings has the line, New York a 3-goal favorite. New York -3 against Chicago. Where are you guys falling on that line?
I think I like Chicago with the points, but I'm still going to take New York to win the game. I think that Chicago's going to make a really competitive effort tonight. They know this Breeze Stevens field as well as anybody but the Madison Radicals. They know how to play here. Pavianis, I think, is as good of a leader as you can have on any team in this league, and he's been showing it consistently in the second half of the season. And I think he has this team in a very good position to win. I just think this Empire team is too talented. You saw what they did to the reigning champs last night. It wasn't like the Flyers played a bad game.
Made me look stupid.
Made me look stupid too.
I picked Carolina to win that game.
I think that one right.
I'll hang my hat on that one.
If you just want to drop your mic and walk off the set, you can. Good. You're welcome to do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Adam. I think I would take Chicago in the points, but I do think. I mean, this is the best offense in AUDL history that New York has. Second best offense in AUDL history belongs to Chicago. So it really is going to be razor thin margins. But I do think in the end, New York Stars are going to be a little bit too much for Chicago to overcome.
All right, gentlemen. You heard these predictions. Everyone, make sure you at these guys on Twitter. Tell them how much you hate their takes. Tell them why they're wrong.
Yes.
No, but really, thank you guys so much for doing this
Thank
with
you,
us.
Ian.
It's always a pleasure.
you.
More preview and analysis and great content coming up. Stick with us. Our pregame coverage continues here at Championship Weekend 11.
Welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
Welcome back to Breeze Stevens Field, just moments away from the opening pull between the New York Empire and Chicago Union here at Championship Weekend 11 in Madison, Wisconsin. Guys, no more dancing around, no more analyzing, no more hedging. Time to make our picks for who's going to win this game. No lines involved, just straight up who's winning. Let's go to Cam first.
You know, for really the last 3 seasons, the Empire have felt like just what their mascot would suggest. They feel like the Empire, like they are in command, they are in charge. They control the working conditions for all the other people on the field. But I'm telling you right now, when you are upset with your working conditions, you've got to unionize. And I am taking the Chicago Union tonight to pull off the upset that no one thinks that they can.
Wow. I mean, being from the district, I got to be pro-union, right? Oh, my goodness. Well, political aspirations aside, I'll say this. The Empire are going to be the evil Empire here. They like to come out at home to the Star Wars anthem, right? They literally come out to that. And as evil as it is for them to have all that talent, they are showing that they are playing hard enough. They're ready to do it right now. They demolished the champion last night. There's no way they're coming out here and losing this game with that effort that they put last night.
I think I learned a lot about this Empire squad last night. I mean, obviously their regular season record spoke for themselves, but your team's performance in the playoffs really sparked a lot of doubt in my mind. But those stars shone incredibly bright. They were completely unfazed by the moment, and they showed that star power can overcome system, homegrown talent. And that's not to say that Charlie Hoppus and Anthony Nunez and all the leaders on that team haven't done a great job getting everyone to buy into whatever the New York Empire systems on both sides of the ball are. But I just think that's going to be too strong, too much for Chicago tonight. I'm going with New York as well. Happy to be proven wrong. I think we'd love to see Chicago win close to home with some great Chicago turnout here in the stands. Final thoughts from you guys. We've got a little bit of swirling wind. Anything atmospherically or anything that you think could be changing things up game plan wise last minute? Cam, you played here a bunch.
I think that's actually going to be a big thing for Chicago. A lot of those players have played here multiple times. They know what the wind can do, especially when these are very normal conditions for this stadium. They're going to know how to handle that better than New York is, just from experience.
New York's home stadium also has some swirling winds. They're carved right out of a mountain. It's a beautiful stadium. Joseph
Facina Field in New Rochelle.
Absolutely. Been there a bunch. And honestly, I think the Empire are really fantastic at adjustments to weather. Midwest is a different story. I can't wait to see if that's going to be a thing. David Blau, I know, the New York assistant coach, was really excited for there to be a little bit of weather. So,
all right, folks. Opening pull is now seconds away. Tune your devices to Fox Sports 2. We'll see you at halftime. Evan Lepler and crew have you the rest of the way. New York Empire versus Chicago Union, a title on the line.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
One half down, one to go here in the title game at AUDL Championship Weekend 11 in Madison, Wisconsin. Ian Toner alongside DC Breeze head coach Darryl Stanley and the league's all-time leading goal scorer, Cam Brock. Gentlemen, New York's played a great first half. Offense only turned the disc over once. Chicago has a ton to clean up on the game management front.
Oh my goodness, the end of quarter, right there in that second quarter, you just saw it. What is Chicago doing out there? I mean, you've got 8 seconds. You got an opportunity to maybe get that score, even though you just messed up a little bit there. You got an opportunity to bring out your big O-line. Nate Goff could have been out there. He was not. Joe White should have been out there. I know he just dropped it. Who cares? He's 6'4". He's been a stabilizing presence for you. Why is he not out there?
It doesn't make any sense at all. And they had a timeout left. Like, if your guys are going brain dead and forgetting they're supposed to be out there, call the timeout. Give your guys a breather. Figure out who's going to go out there. But also, every team should come prepared with some sort of end-of-quarter offense and end-of-quarter defense line. I don't know if they just weren't prepared with that line. I find that hard to believe. But it certainly seemed like some of the Chicago players maybe turned their brains off and they should have been getting back to the line.
Preparation is the word. These matchups are frustrating me too. I mean, Dalton Smith last night showed that he was a handler defender on maybe not the most important handler. That's really what his role has been for Chicago so far. And now we're seeing him out there on Ryan Osgar and losing track of him at midpoint because he's trying to see some other opportunity. The opportunity was on the probable MVP. Stay on your assignment.
Let's zoom out from that for a second and take a look at the first half stats. We look at the turnovers from Chicago. So many of them unforced errors from O-line players.
I mean, that's what's hidden here. You're going to see in a second. Chicago's got 7 turnovers, right? Okay, you're thinking it could be pretty reasonable. Depends on how they came. Well, I've got 4 of them right in front of me on drops. 2 by Ross Barker. He's supposed to be your steady reset presence out there on the O-line. Joe White has that drop that we just talked about at the end of the second quarter. And then Jack Shanahan, a guy who's out there to be a receiver. And he's got a drop and a throwaway.
The drops are really inexcusable. I'm not sure what's going on. It's so frustrating because that is such a preventable turnover. And, like, a couple of them have not even been on, like, hard throws. They've been missed clap catches. That's the thing. It's not like you barely got your hand on. I mean, these are in your breadbasket. You have to, especially in this game, you have to. When New York, you know, is not going to give you the disc back.
Okay, Cam, drops aside. Looking ahead to the second half, what does Chicago have to do to mount a comeback here?
They got to fix up their matchups on defense. They cannot, you can't have Dalton Smith on John Lithio. Just like he is the mark right now. New York is looking to try to find who Dalton Smith is guarding, and they are saying that's where we're going with the disc, and it is working.
Darryl, New York.
Wow.
What do they have to do to close this out?
I mean, stay the course is the easy answer for sure. However, I thought last night, even though it was because Jeff Babbitt had a little bit of a cramp situation, I would love to see a little bit more yacht coming over to O-line. Just steady the force. Just keep Chicago from getting those matchups right. Since they're clearly struggling with that preparation, just keep switching up on them. I think they're going to crumble.
Well, Chicago with an opportunity to capture its first title in franchise history. New York with an opportunity to complete its second perfect season in 3 seasons and capture its second title in 3 seasons. Evan Lepler and crew will have the story the rest of the way. Keep it right here on Fox Sports 2.
Welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more. Welcome back to Breeze Stevens Field halftime
of the championship game at AUDL Championship Weekend 11. Ian Toner alongside Darryl Stanley and Cam Brock. Gentlemen, New York's got a 12-8 lead, looking kind of similar to that 9-6 lead they had against Carolina last night. Let's take you back through the first half highlights. New York has been close to perfect this whole game, just one O-line turnover.
I mean, this is very impressive. I think Chicago took a little bit of time to get themselves settled, but taking nothing away from New York, the fact that they didn't get forced into an O-line turnover until very late in this second quarter, I mean, that just shows you right now how dialed in this New York offense is.
And someone we haven't talked enough about right here throwing this hammer at the end of the first quarter is Jack Williams. I mean, he was so incredible in yesterday's game, but he makes it look so effortless that it's like we forget to just compliment how great he is.
Jack Williams finished that first half with 3 assists, 2 goals, no turnovers. Continue, Ken.
That's the Jack Williams, that we're used to seeing week in, week out, right? I mean, and he's doing it right here in the biggest stage, back-to-back games. He's looking incredible.
Best player in the world?
I mean, it's amazing, right? Because he's on the World Games roster. He has, for, the last 3 seasons, well, I'm being a little presumptive here that Ryan Osgar, especially if New York holds out here, is probably going to be the MVP of this league. For 3 seasons in a row, Jack has had the MVP on his roster, and yet his teammates credit him as the leader of that team and possibly the best player on that roster.
He was named captain partway through the 2021 season. Osgar, to that point, 4 goals, no turns, 190 total yards in the first half. We're seeing him just dominate downfield. It doesn't matter which assignment they're throwing on him. He's getting what he wants and eating.
Yeah, I mean, we saw 3 different matchups on him so far. We saw the ever-speedy Pappas on him initially. We saw, curiously maybe, Dalton Smith on him. It doesn't seem to matter that, I love this transition that he has made in this playoff run to say, I know everyone's going to push me out. You know, DC showed the blueprint. Well, I'm going to lean in. I'm going to lean in. And you know what? Let's add 7 to my tally. Let's add another 4 to my tally. This is incredible that New York is getting this done without the guy they centered this whole offense around as a thrower.
You know what? You mentioned something off camera earlier that I think is pretty interesting about Nate Goff's matchup. And what if you threw Nate Goff on Ryan Osgar, somebody who he clearly has a size advantage on? I would say there's no speed advantage for Osgar there, where he's had some speed and quickness advantages other places. Plus, if a disc goes up and it's floaty and it's those two together, Goff should win that matchup every time. So I like the idea of maybe switching him over there on a more impactful player, but then also, if he's able to push him out, he can also poach off into space if he needs to.
We saw Yacht force a turn. I beg your pardon. We saw Goff force a turnover guarding Yacht in the deep space there in the first half. That was the O-line's only turnover for the New York Empire.
And he was guarding John Lithia a little bit earlier than that on a reset. And he started to kind of, lurk in the lanes as he's wont to do. And then we saw New York say, oh, look, there's a free throw. Now, they were throwing to a 6'5" John Lithia, who, even if Nate Goff if he's recovering and he's not already lined up, it might be hard to get that block. But shorter player like an Osgar, like you're talking about there, Cam, that's where you're going to get some excitement. Nate, bait that throw.
Yeah, they got to switch something up.
Quick hitter from the audience here. Thank you to everyone who tuned in and submitted questions for our Ask the AUDL. Does Chicago have the depth or the star power to prevent a second half drive from New York like we saw in the second semifinal last night against Carolina?
Great question. Depth is something that I think is going to become a huge issue in the second half. They had a few DNPs in that first half. They're clearly riding the top end guys, and Joe White has been playing essentially every other D point and a good chunk of O points there, because for a while he was the stabilizing force. He was spelling Shanahan, spelling Kaminsky. If they're going to continue to do that, they're going to have to go deeper into their bench a little bit, because Joe White he's going to wear down if he's playing 2 out of every 3 points.
And it's interesting to me because some of these players who are not playing right now for Chicago are very athletic defenders. And I think right now you can bring pressure with those players on a Charles Weinberg. You can bring a pressure like that on Saul Rushmeyer-Bailey or Elliot Chartok, and maybe you can say to Tim Schock, one of your A-list defenders, hey, I'm going to move you to a different and maybe more impactful matchup too.
And how about this? Just throwing this out there, we talked about how it seemed like Dalton Smith was getting in some bad matchups out there. What if you just take him off the D-line? I know he was so good on the counterattack. Counterattack doesn't matter when there is no counterattack.
I love that point, 100% right. If the guy is not keeping up with all of his assignments, or yes, he is definitely doing a good job being assertive, maybe an adjutant almost out there.
We saw him and Ryan Osgar shoving. He drew Osgar into a foul.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just our talk before that, I mean, yeah, he's definitely bringing some spice, some energy, and I think the Chicago D-line is responding positively to that energy. But to your point, he can do that from the sideline, and he can have somebody else out there who's maybe a better defender, maybe a little bit more focused, maybe actually is really more comfortable making some of those poaches.
I mean, I have the same amount of throwing yards as Dalton Smith right now. Just throwing that out there.
Get Dalton where he belongs.
Bring in the spice all weekend long. 24 minutes of regulation. Maybe we'll need some overtime, but pretty soon we're going to have our next AUDL champion. Don't forget to tune your device to Fox Sports 2. Evan Lepler and crew have you the rest of the way.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more. Welcome, welcome, welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
The New York Empire are your 2022 AUDL champions, the kings of AUDL Championship Weekend 11. They take down the Chicago Union 22-14 to capture their second title in 3 seasons and complete the 4th perfect season in AUDL history. Ian Toner alongside DC Breeze head coach Darryl Stanley, the league's all-time leading goal scorer, Cam Brock. Gentlemen, what was the difference tonight?
Oh my gosh. New York, again, from start to finish, showing that they had the stars. They got the experience. I mean, we kept talking about these guys as stars. Well, what about experience? They've won most of these guys in 2019. This is an incredible coaching staff that was able to get this basically the same New York roster to championship game last year. That's what held on to me, experience.
On top of the experience, it just really felt like they kind of outclassed every other team here at every turn. It wasn't just the play on the field. It wasn't just what the players were doing. It was also the coaching staff. I felt like they used their timeouts the most effectively. They had the best game plans going in. They created the most confusion for opposing teams.
How many end of quarters did they lose?
Oh gosh, I don't think any in this game.
0.
I mean,
I
I
don't think
saw them
the whole
not
weekend.
convert one in the Carolina game, but that didn't hurt them.
Yeah,
they already had a 3-goal cushion or something like that.
Right,
at that
they're
point.
preventing teams, like in this game, they prevent going in the second quarter, right? That was incredible. You prevent Chicago from getting there at end of quarter hold. They drop it, boom, instant score for New York. And they're just like, this is so easy. We do this all the time. Chicago mismanages the opportunity right afterwards to try to score. I mean, New York knows what they're doing out there. It's incredible.
And they scored at the end. They scored at the end of the first 3 quarters.
Oh my!
They only didn't score now. There was 8 seconds left on the clock at the end of the second, right? But the only reason they didn't score at the end of the 4th quarter is because they were already winning by so much. I have full confidence if they wanted to, they could have put another one in there.
That's professional ultimate right there.
So at the end of the broadcast, Evan Lepler was talking about the D word, dynasty.
Ooh.
This is a program that's now won 2 championships in 3 seasons. They, no secret, invest in bringing talent there, retaining talent in a way that a lot of other programs around the league don't yet. They're setting a different standard of professionalism that other owners have to take note of. What do other teams learn from the example that New York is setting right now?
Wow. I mean, honestly, in that division, they absolutely are setting the mark for our division, and everybody knows that. Everybody in the AUDL East has known that. We're seeing teams right now focus on trying to make sure they have all their players at practice, right? The Empire, they have so much talent, but that talent shows up to every single game. You look at Chicago, that wasn't necessarily the case, despite attracting some extremely talented Frisbee players. Those players, they didn't play all 12 regular season games, both playoffs, travel to everything, practice at everything. That's the dedication that the New York management, the New York ownership requires of that team, and all those players are happy to give it.
Look, we're going to have plenty of time to give New York heaps and heaps and heaps of praise. Just a quick reflection on Chicago's season. Cam, you've now seen them be the class of what was the Midwest, now the Central Division for 2 seasons in a row. How have you seen this program grow, and what can they take away from this finals appearance?
Sure. I don't think this finals appearance is indicative of where they are as a team. I think we saw that they had some mistakes, the drops specifically, that just seemed very out of character. Maybe the moment was too big for them today. That's certainly kind of what it felt like to me. But they still have a lot to build on. This team is more talented and deeper than last year's team. I'll be curious to see going into next year if there are more pieces they add to just increase that depth even more. And also, I mean, like with Joe White, that wasn't just increasing their depth, that was increasing their top-end talent, right? Dalton Smith, same way.
The elephant in the room that we haven't mentioned is Pavlianis is very, very unlikely to play for the Chicago Union next year. He is under contract, but he does have some other personal and professional obligations taking him out to California. But hey, that's next season. We still got to celebrate and break down this 2022 championship weekend. When we come back, the trophy presentation right here at Breeze Stevens Field.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
The New York Empire are your 2022 AUDL champions, the Kings of AUDL Championship Weekend 11 here at Breeze Stevens Field in Madison, Wisconsin. The franchise from New York capturing its second title in 3 seasons, completing the 4th perfect season in AUDL history. Ian Toner alongside DC Breeze head coach Darryl Stanley, all-time leading goal scorer in Indianapolis AlleyCats star Cam Brock. Gentlemen, 22-14, the final score tonight. What was the difference giving New York such a decisive victory this evening?
I mean, we've been talking about the star power of New York all weekend long. Jack Williams, Ryan Osgar, Ben Yott, the 2-time MVP, Jeffrey Babbitt. Great team. But honestly, those things also mean to me experience. It wasn't just that this team has, winners or stars. Chicago had stars, but it's New York stars that have been on this stage 4 years in a row, 3 years in a row, 2 years in a row, at minimum, for every single one of them getting to the championship weekend or the championship game. That, to me, was the difference.
Yeah, and the coaching staff had a great game plan the whole weekend, using timeouts effectively, switching lineups when it felt appropriate and when it felt like they could really affect the game. And that was something I feel like the coaching staff for them also just kind of outclassed the coaching staffs for the other team, just from a preparation and in-game adjustment perspective as well.
No doubt the Empire, the class of this weekend. Now it's time for them to raise the big trophy. Let's go down to the field with Megan Tormey standing by with Commissioner Steve Hall.
And Barb, just to make sure we know you know how much we appreciate you, the AUDL and Team S would like to present the Empire for a check for $25,000 of their tokens tonight. Well done. Well done, Barb. Well done, Paul. Great season. All right. Thank you, Madison. Enjoy it.
All right. Thanks so much, Evan. Back to you.
That championship trophy is headed
What a
back to
moment
New York
for
City.
the New York, the Stevens family, the ownership group behind this franchise. And you know what? That family, its commitment to this franchise, its commitment to the sport of Ultimate is really redefining the standard for professional Ultimate, not only in the East Division and around the league. What does their investment in player recruitment and retention, what kind of message does that send to the rest of the league?
I mean, honestly, they won down at TEP, that Colombian tournament, right? They were able to go down as the New York Empire and show the world, the Latin American community and anyone watching that tournament that, hey, we're invested in making sure that this sport and this league goes international, because it is an international game at this point. I'm excited. I mean, I don't think there's anywhere the Stevens won't go to show that the Empire are the class of this league.
Only a matter of time until we see the Stevenses opening up an academy somewhere.
You joke. I'm certain it's already happening.
It's already in their plans.
I'm almost certain. Yes.
It's just really great because like it's just pushing the sport forward too. Like when you're able to get into the recruitment process, when you're able to pull people from other parts of the country, I mean, that is pushing the sport forward because that's going to force everyone else to do the same thing if they want to keep up, and if they don't, they're just going to fall behind.
One of the fascinating things to me when we talk about the Stevens family, Matt Stevens is a player on this team. Matt Stevens is also, second or third to you in goals all time in this league?
I think he's fourth. I think his teammate Bignot passed him this
year.
Oh,
okay, okay. So he's doing all that. Oh, and by the way, he's the general manager of the team, and I mean general manager. He is signing those contracts with those players. He's making sure that they have the right, accoutrements off the field.
And think about the sacrifices that he's making as a player as well. Because he had that stature as a leading goal scorer, in the early days of the Empire franchise, he was a face of that O-line. He was a finisher for them. And now he's taking on a totally different role, playing on the second or auxiliary D-line. Yeah. And as Charlie Hopp has said this morning, maybe sometimes he's giving him a few heart attacks when he uncorks those hammers after the turn, but he's completing them at an unbelievable rate. Just everything that he's doing to build this franchise on and off the field is just incredible. Let's take a look at the stats from this game, see what story the numbers tell us. A big thing we focused on at halftime was that New York's offense had only turned the disc over once at halftime, 2 turns from the D-line. And then as we look into the second half, we started to see a little bit of shakiness late in that third quarter and more opportunities for Chicago.
Yeah, I think pregame we were talking about what quantity of D-line break chance opportunities was Chicago going to generate. We knew that, or at least we thought, they were going to have a really good D-line offensive attack. However, you got to get the opportunities, and here, only 5 opportunities for Chicago's D-line offense. And we saw Dalton have to move around a little bit, Cam. He couldn't necessarily quarterback that D-line because he wasn't helping them generate turns.
Yeah, and when he did finally get a turn there in the second half, it kind of felt like this could be a point where Chicago kind of fights back into the game, but then immediately throws a floaty huck down to the other side of the field that gets D'd. I think they did end up eventually breaking on that point, but it just kind of felt like, yeah, you're down by a little bit, but like what got you here? It was getting those small yardage plays up the field, working it, and trying to make sure that you are punching in no matter how long it takes.
Last night, Carolina went 1 for 5 on break opportunities in the semifinal, and tonight, the Chicago Union only went 2 for 5, 40%. How about some of these individual performances that you all were mentioning? John Lithio, 5 goals, 2 assists. I beg your pardon, 1 assist, 5 goals, 2 blocks. Jack Williams, the championship MVP. 5 assists, 2 goals, just a single turnover. Ryan Osgar, 2 assists, 5 goals. Jeff Babbitt, 4 goals, playing through cramps and all kinds of other personal injury and difficulty. This is star power and top talent showing out on the biggest stage.
Man, I mean, I think Cam, we know we would love to have those kind of talented players on our roster, and even more so, we'd love to see them just run and lead and get everybody else along the way playing as hard as they do. I think those players set the tone, not just in being talented, it's also in the selflessness of Ben Yott, 2-time league MVP, 2019, 2021, says, hey, I'll play D-line. I'll play D-line this season, no problem, and still putting up incredible numbers. And then Ryan Osgar, who was just second, third, leading this league in assists, saying, I'm more than happy during the playoffs. I'll go ahead and be a cutter. I'll be the end zone goal scorer since everybody's pushing me out and focusing all their attention on me. That selflessness is incredible.
I think it's easy for us to talk about this Empire team having all the talent in the world, but it's a Herculean task to harness that talent and get all of those egos and star power on the same page. And hey, they found a way to do it. And now they're 2-time champs in the last 3 seasons. More post-game coverage coming here from Breeze Stevens Field on Fox Sports 2.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more. Welcome, welcome, welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
The New York Empire are your 2022 AUDL champions, and we are privileged to be joined by co-coach Charlie Hoppus. Right here on the big stage, you and your team just accepted the championship trophy. Can you talk to us about how you're feeling and what's going through your mind?
Yeah, I cried a lot, so shaky voice, sorry. You know, it's one thing, you know, I think a lot of people talk about our talent and you know, just the amount of, I mean, stars that we have, and we've talked about it before, but nobody thinks that they're on an all-star team. People believe in each other, they buy into each other, they accept lesser roles so that they can see the whole team push forward. Any number of those guys could be putting up stats somewhere else, and they're not. They're doing it with us, and I mean, it's every person. It goes from the stars to the middle of the roster, all the way down to some of the guys that, you know, didn't get rostered this weekend after, you know, a whole season of getting a bunch of burn. And I mean, everyone trusts each other. Everybody works hard outside of practice. It's a real thing. It's not just, and you know, how those guys got so good in the first place, but to try to push themselves and the team to where we got to is. That's all I'm thinking about. I'm just thinking about all the sacrifice on and off the field everybody made for this.
I don't want to make you repeat yourself, but the very first thing you said was you were crying. Can you talk about the specific thoughts behind that emotion? Is that elation? Is that sad? Like what's going into that?
Yeah. You know, I think again, just thinking about, I was looking around at our guys, and I was thinking about, you know, the times where they were frustrated with each other or frustrated with me. I was thinking about the times that, like, you know, on long road trips or whatever, you know, it was hard and they worked hard. I was thinking about Anthony Nunez, who, I mean, an amazing coach. I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud to work with him. I'm gonna cry again. I was thinking about, you know, a lot of, you know, I was thinking about the guys that I coached at Messiah for all those years, the guys who taught me how to play Frisbee, the guys in Philly, all the people, you know, this guy next to me, all the people that have touched my life in Ultimate and all of our lives in Ultimate, and you know, it's not just me, it's all of us, and really got overwhelmed and still am. I'm dizzied.
Charlie, man, listen, people don't know this, man. You 8 years in pro, right?
Yeah.
2014, where are we at?
Yeah.
The Philadelphia Phoenix together.
I'm coaching O, you're coaching D.
Crazy, right? And now all of a sudden, you know, you're here. You have gone to championship weekend, championship game twice in a row, right? With this incredible roster, with all these egos that we were just talking about, except they're not egos, because you just talked about how selfless they were.
Yeah.
I mean, just talk about that journey, like getting here for you personally as a coach, 8 years in this league. What did that mean to you?
You know, certainly there's been a lot of rough roads. I think, you know, including parts of last year, including parts of this year even, right? And you know, when we're as good as we are and we hold the standards that we set for ourselves so high, you're on a tightrope. And there's just a lot there, you know, and I live in central Pennsylvania. There's no Ultimate there. There's a nice club team. There's a really great community of friends that play. Love those people. But to coach elite level Ultimate, I have to travel. And I live 3.5 hours from where we practice, and I go every Wednesday and back, and every Saturday and back. And when I'm in Philly, it's 2 hours, and I don't know, it's a lot of time in the car. I think I put over 12,000 miles in my car this season, driving. And so it's a lot of sacrifice, but everyone's doing that version of their thing for this team. And again, that's why it feels so good, is because it's like my story's one thing, but like there's 31 player stories like that. There's the coaching staff that's like that. It's surreal to be sitting here with you after we're on some grimy vans in 2014.
Yeah, on our way to Rochester, windy games.
That's right. That's right.
Man.
To go play Brian, right?
Yeah.
So wild stuff. Wild to be here.
You mentioned just like the work you put in, the work Anthony Nunez put in. I really felt like all weekend, not just we talk about the players and how special they are, but I really felt like you guys as coaches put together great game plans. You really made in-game adjustments that were visible and effective, using timeouts at appropriate times. Can you just talk a little bit about like how do you two go back and forth? How do you two just make these decisions? Like I think one that sticks out a lot that we talked about is Ben Yacht, when you decided to switch him over to 0 points. Like what was the method behind that, and just some of the other decisions you made throughout the weekend?
Yeah, I feel really good to deflect this one. It is our leadership style for both Nunez and I is very collaborative. It's how we can exist as co-head coaches. But it's more than that too, right? Like we have every Monday a leadership meeting with our 3 captains, with Matt Stevens, our GM, and me and Nunez, and David Blau's there sometimes, and we talk through all of it. The decisions to shift players around, the game planning that we build. It's not me, it's not Nunez, it's this group effort of these very intelligent, thoughtful people that are invested in the people on the team, and how can we, be the best that we can be for each other. How can, at our best, how can we be the best in the league? And then at a certain point, it's how can we push the boundaries of the way Ultimate's been played, and I think that's a really lofty goal, and I think that, there are times this season that we did achieve that, and that's sort of a surreal feeling, and hard to put into words, but it's not one person or 2 people, it's that's just that leadership group. You can talk, so much about, it would be silly for us not to pick the brain of somebody like Ben Katz, right? Or Ryan Oscar, any number of these people that are thoughtful, intelligent players that have great ideas, and it's a group effort, and then we put it together and roll it out.
I hear you on the selfless bit. It's coming through. It's genuine. I want to put you on the spot and ask you about the contributions of one player in particular. Jack Williams, named the AUDL Championship Weekend MVP. I'm sure you could wax poetic about him. I want to zero in. What has been most impressive to you about him this season in particular?
I mean, he embodies everything that we're talking about. He's not in contention for big awards at the end of the season because he doesn't put up those giant counting stats. But, he's the heart and soul of everything that we do on the field, in particular with our offense, but with our team in general. And, there's other people that I feel that way about, but Jack's the one who it shows up on the field, right? And you see it because, we go and play, a road trip and we're up by 8 or so, and it's not like Jack is disengaged. He is locked in. He's just waiting for when we need him, and we just need him a little less then. And so his stats are, 1 assist, 1 goal, 200 yards. Jack Williams stat line. Best player in the world, 200 yards receiving. In a game we win by 8. But you see in these big moments when the pressure's on us to reset the disc in tiny windows, when it's important for us to get a key block, all those things. He's just there. And then if you want to look at the highlights or the stats, they're there because he steps into whatever that is. If it's a finisher, he finishes. If it's a mid, he's a mid. If he's a handler, if it's a lockdown defender, whatever it is, he's the best player that we have in the sport right now. And part of the reason for that is he can do anything, and it doesn't always show up, but it's really fun for those of us that see it every day in practice. It's fun when everybody gets to see it. It's special.
You talk about those pedestrian number weekends, and then when the bright lights are on and all the chips are down, He puts up 8 assists and 1 goal in the semifinal, and then he puts up 5 assists, 2 goals, 3 hockey assists, and just a single goal in the championship game. Just an unbelievable performance from the AUDL Championship Weekend MVP. Charlie, we've been stealing your time. Thank you so much. You got to get the hell back over there
take a picture with that trophy.
and celebrate some more, take some pictures, all that stuff. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. This is awesome.
Thank you so much for sticking with us. More stuff coming up on the other side of the break.
Welcome to AUDL Weekly. Time for another episode of the show, all about ultimate stories, perspectives, conversations, and more.
The New York Empire complete 97% of their passes. They complete 8 of 12 of their break opportunities, and they beat the Chicago Union 22-14 right here in Madison, Wisconsin to capture their 2nd title in 3 seasons, complete the 4th perfect season in AUDL history. Sorry, guys, it's been a long weekend. These guys have been keeping me sane and keeping me straight. Let's get you back through the highlights from this championship game. And early on, this was clean offensively, but once we got deeper into the first quarter, we started to see some of these unforced errors from Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I think it was really the pressure. I mean, a lot of the time teams will, or people will talk about unforced turnovers. Yeah, there are some drops. That was definitely the story, I think, in the first, half of the first quarter. But then after that, you started to see the pressure of New York, I think, really get the moment. Paul Arders, who eventually ended up with a turnover, like, I remember saying, he's a little bit shaky, Like, like there were resets that were close. He had to ask Joe White to lay out to grab one in that first quarter. Remember that? Like, on a reset. Mm-hmm. And it was just, like, always kind of close and crunchy. So
just playoff Jack on your screen right here. This guy's been on another level.
This guy is...
I mean, another end of quarter situation.
Jeff
Babbitt just cheat code.
2 hands. He's beating people with 2 hands.
That's the part that's craziest to me is not only did he go up and get over one, the fact that he was able to get up and get over it with 2 hands. I mean, cheat code. Absolute cheat code into the game right there.
And he's not just a tall man. He just goes out there, runs these things down, runs them deep. He's actually one of the fastest players I've ever seen at his size.
And Ethan Fortin sneaking in some really beautiful assists in the 4th quarter. Some high release angled flick blades and getting Mike Drost involved. Who knows, could this be his last game in an Empire uniform in the AUDL? The all-time leader in playoff games played, just going out with a bang, catching one of the last scores of the game. It's poetic. I want to ask you guys to put some bows on this weekend for us. What's the one thing that sticks out in your mind when you're going to look back on Championship Weekend 11, Cam?
Jack Williams, best player in sport. I mean, he does it so it's hard to put this into perspective that even this weekend when he's putting up numbers, it's like I don't even realize it's happening. He does it so quietly, but he just does it better than anyone else. And it's just like his coach said right here just a few minutes ago, he can do it all. Whatever you ask of him, he will go out there and he'll do it as good or better than anyone else can.
Darryl?
To me, it's probably the Stevens family. I mean, they came in saying that it was going to be them setting history, people chasing championships, and the Empire chasing history, trying to make themselves a dynasty in this league. We saw the Dallas Roughnecks run roughshod over this league in 2016, right? Thought it was going to be everything. They had all the best players at the time. And New York has done that, but they've kept these guys invested. They've added pieces around these star players. These star players are recruiting others, and they're showing up to every single thing. I mean, that's, to me, really what it is. It is about that leadership from the top, trickling down is what I'm going to remember.
There's only been one repeat champion in the 11 years of championship weekend history, and the Empire are putting themselves in great position to do that again next season. But right now, we got to sign off here from Breeze Stevens Field in Madison, Wisconsin. Thank you so much for tuning in. The New York Empire take down the Chicago Union 22-14, capturing their second title in 3 seasons, completing the 4th perfect season in AUDL history. For Cam Brock, Darryl, Stanley, our entire crew, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great night, everybody.